Why, hello. Happy Saturday. Had to check. Let's get everything fired up here. Talk about what we're going to get into. We'll figure it out, too. So, last night after stream, or yesterday, I should say, after the stream, I got boop, 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 our I don't like that. Hello, I came as soon as I could. Thank goodness you're here. Hey, Ash, how's it going? I got. I don't like how this focuses this, but maybe that's fine when I tab. But we have the ability now, and then I forget what comes after these. We're just going to call it that. We can also now delete them and add them. Everything's happy there. I'm not happy with this behavior. I want this to be bigger, and I'm also thinking, I hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good, Uncle. How are you? I don't think there's a provision in the default form to make these boxes more bigger. Here, it's not as big of a deal because they expand to whatever the current content is, right? And these will do that as well. You know, if you... Well, enter doesn't... Enter is going to be a problem because enter twice is going to delete. So we need to fix that. But... Like, if you... These need to be text boxes, I think. Box embiggenment. It's one of those classic computer science problems right up with cache validation, right? You're good too? Awesome. This one's probably okay if we just, you know, make this suck less. Because, like, if you were like, all right, I just want to focus in on writing, I can make this bigger. But that doesn't really help. We need to fix that. This needs to be a better box. This needs to not be a trap where a couple enters will delete your entry. And that's UI problems. And then we also need to get this loading and saving to file. That's going to be a thing as well. And I'm thinking, actually, we relaunch this, that I might be able to get away with using the same. This one's a little weird because it has these boxes, but yeah, if I put these into a table like this, or whatever we did here, I think this is going to fix the delete problem at the least. And also probably help with our layout. So I need to go look at what I did there. I think I just gave them columns and set widths on them, but you know. Connection table, frame, column. I think it's in here actually. Yeah, columns 2, row. Styles is end on the justify content. Column wrapper. Yeah, we set the width on that. And then on this as well. So let's borrow some of that. going to require that this gets set to 2. And then this just gets put in here. Can we get away with just making you not PHPW? Can we just get away with setting this and then putting you stretch goes in the wrapper, but we don't need that anymore if we're going to do this. We're going to say that it gets a styler raptor. Eh. We're going to do that. And then you can be grow on the X. That's fine. Ah, 20. And then it'll put you inside of this so that you don't get funky. See if that gets us something closer to what we want. Kind of. Let's see here. You're set to grow on the X, but you don't. But it might be okay. Ah, you know what? I think this is why this. For sure it's because we want the delete box to go. Except for that's not going. Take a look at the inspector here. Once it gets to be hugified, things get wonky, but rooms. Ooh, that seems to be select is broken. Okay, form. You're set to grow. I need my highlighting to work. Why are you not? There we go. Form 0. Frame 1. This is not end aligning correctly. But you justify start auto, align start center auto. That's fine. This one needs to be end, and we would need to do this first, and end, and then the same thing here. Just want you to refresh because you're not moving for some reason. Is it? I need you to. There we go. That wiggled. And end. Are you done this project yet? Nope. It's the editor is starting to look like something though. What is that style editor? This is the Cogent Inspector. That. Relaunch that. Still not growing like I want. Highlighting is broken again. Cool. Love that. Okay. Editor is failing me there. That's okay. Let's see here. Scooch this over here temporarily. We'll go back to look at what I did for edit bar. Ah, it wasn't inheriting for me down here like I thought it should. So I had to do that. That's fine. And this might actually need to go here onto the form itself. And then this doesn't need to be 80 anymore. And then it's a little. It might be about the same. Why? And I did justify content here as well. Set a min and max there, but shouldn't need to do that. That's set to grow. And here for the frame. Form container. This form. So we style the container, not the form itself. I wonder if I'll need to do the same. Because this, I guess it's all constrained in there in this case. How do I want to tackle this? Look at the docs and double check. Because if I need to replace this form with my own stuff, that I don't want to spend a ton of time messing with getting the form to style correctly. I don't really see immediate. Hmm. The text editor. Does this have a text editor with like a toolbar for styles and font sizes and whatnot? Not natively, but you could build that. They have a I think both of the devs use a their own IDE that they've made using Cogent. And I think it's in the Cogent repo. I think it's code. Difference between text field and text editor. Yeah. So text field is just the text field in the same way that you probably expect. The text editor can be driven off of buffers like they did here. That's actually what the client uses for the main window and for the type window. By default, it has line numbers, and it has a couple different events off of it that are a little bit different, I think, than the text field's available events. And this doesn't really cover all of the things that their text editor can do, the widget text editor. I thought they had, here you go, Cogent Code. Thought they had a link. And then you got all kinds of good stuff. Guess they've got version control built into it. This being the web version, I haven't messed with any of this really, but you know, I imagine it's missing some setup. The text field, they don't really show. Quite impressive, yes. Yes, good. I mean, it's certainly a project. I don't know that I would have invested that kind of time, but hey, whatever works for them makes them happy, right? He says as he writes a map editor for a mud engine. I guess the other question I do have is that is this a documentation problem, right? Text field outlined. I think I would like that more than what if we did what if we looked at the actual docs and then use that to jump into the code? We can look at direct fields, modified. Oh, right. Yes, I remember reading something about this. Compute doc, read only, blah blah blah. Frame it. That's interesting. I suspect that this is the more correct way to create your own widget, but it involves, and it was briefly mentioned on their Slack a little bit ago. It's not documented at all, unfortunately. But it also would involve running go generate anytime you made one, I believe, is what they were saying. Just kind of annoying, but kind of like low key waiting for their documentation on the init method to consider replacing the current method I have where I just wrap things in frames. Which, I mean, it looks like it's what they're effectively doing anyway. Like they init a frame. And they start doing stuff to it, right? This we override. This isn't set. How center should be getting, well, I guess we do align center, that's fine. Justify would be the one that centers it inside of its parent. Um, struct fields. Label is that. Anywho, doing a bit of a lurk while I cook my dinner then eat it. Yeah, man, no worries. Always appreciate a lurk. Styler for struct fields. Oh, double click reset. I don't understand what's going on here. Looks like it's just a tooltip thing. Setting default values. Yeah, I think this looks like reflection that I was talking about where I had that stupid mistake yesterday of not exporting the struct fields I was trying to use and wondering why my form is blank. There's some kind of reflection, obviously. Does make sense. Let's see. We would have to. Let's do this. Let's do. Um, there is a way. This is just wrapper. There is a way to. We want to do that to style children as they're added, right? So we would hook into that, and we'd have to do like a switch on the type of the child that was added. Look for something to signify what it was, and then we could style it. It seems like a really, really roundabout way to go about this, though. So before we even get into that, let's just see. If we can even do a text box that is, or text field. And we'll do, you can grow on the X, not on the Y, but, well, actually, does that make sense? Let's find out. Let's see if this works at all first. The minimum Y will make it EM, so that's the parent font size, right? I believe. Font size of the element, not the parent. Okay, but it should inherit, so it's fine. Font size of the element. So if we did like 4, that should mean that it's 4 lines, basically. And if we do that, we get a box, which we expect. And it is actually, but okay, this is what I ran into before as well, where this is why I use the text field, or text editor rather, in the client, because it puts this, it's all broken, right? As soon as you do that, it's wonk. I remember this now. I think there was some discussion, but where was it? Was it in... Was it in an issue I filed? Where I said, hey, I'm doing this and I'm not sure if that's dumb or not. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just saw a thing that was possibly relevant. Oops, too many backs. This is interesting. Text field clear. Oh, that's fun. Not quite. They're working on doing some text rendering stuff, though. Okay, interesting. But I don't want to get sidetracked down that bunny trail too much. Let's see here. Might have been this one. Not quite. And I don't remember if it was in a bug I reported or something else. All right. Well, what I think we're going to do is take a quick look. Hey, thanks for following. I really appreciate that. Hey, we reached a goal too. 60 followers. Absolutely insane. Love that. So glad so many people are interested in just hanging out and doing cool nerd stuff. But that means it's time to start a new goal. Let's go ahead, do that real quick. Let's see. They recommend I say set for 70 followers. Sure. Why not? Sounds awesome. Get that fired off. So, anywho, I'm gonna look at client and what I did here to make this work. So I remember there was something kind of wonky with it. And it was in main, I think. Let's get this. It started life in main, but it might have got moved into widgets. We'll look here in a minute. Just get this collapsed real quick. Game screen server. Account login, register screen, character selection screen, game screen, text editor. This is where the input still lives. New editor, start focus. This is where we set the line numbers to false. Auto scroll editors that we probably don't need. Set that. I think this just expands to fill the space it's given. You have 2 columns. Which is strange that this test field ended up in a 3rd column, but okay. Do I need to do... Well, no. I wonder... We're just going to leave that alone for now. I want to test this first. And then we can muck around with whether or not we need to move things around. So this, instead, we're going to do a similar thing. New editor. This will need, I think... This can just be test editor for now. A frame. So that we can tell the editor itself to grow and then just drive its... Or do we? Try without first. We might be able to get away with this. You go into wrapper. My email is blowing up. Oh, apparently, Restream dropped out for a second. Apparently, the stream in general dropped out for a second. Cool. Love that. It was so good yesterday, too. And I've only dropped... I'm showing 0 dropped frames on OBS. Jank. Anywho. Okay, so. You can put a test editor in there, and then we can say buffer options line numbers is false. We can do that. Just like that. Let's see how that looks. All right. We need to set the radius and put it in the correct place, but that does look kind of promising for what we want, right? And then I can, okay, we need to fix that. Abs, frame, rooms, 0. Why are you not? 2 columns. I need to do something with back here and look at what I did here to get this. Set you to 2. Why did I do that? There are only 2 columns. To take a look at that in a minute, but columns 1 is what keeps this form in line. Complete wrapper. You go into wrapper. You go into wrapper. You have 2 columns. This should default to 1, I think. If it's not specified. Doesn't really tell me anything. We can do radius. That there we go. Radius 0. We can do that for the border, but it's not gonna fix. Expander button. Yeah, none of this specifies anything about the column. Oh, you know what? I might have to set it to grid. Grid layout's the number of columns used if greater than 0. Yeah, okay, so that's what I forgot, I bet. So if we do that, then we get there. That's better. Okay, so I would be much happier with that as a general. They want it to. Oh, that's fun. Like, obviously, we need to take place of that, but if we Styles and styles end. Let's take this out of here for now. Min is that. Can I do that? Will that change anything, or is it just the equivalent of what I had? Okay, that is different. That was weird. So is that. But we do let's say 10 for funsies. Then it would display up here. And then as you're writing your novel of a description, which, you know, may not be super advisable, but, you know, you could do, it scrolls once it gets to a certain point. I don't know if I like that. I think it also shoves this out, but that's fine for now. I think I just want this to be a larger size to start with. I also saw the text cursor blinking alone below the text box when you scroll back up. Yeah, looked like a framework bug to me. Yeah, I've talked about it before with them. There's a couple different things that are wonky with the scrolling stuff. So it's on their radar. They have, I think I looked at this after you had already gone to cook dinner and eat dinner, but they have a, I guess I closed it. They have a ticket for a bunch of work to do this, which leads to this. Retracing my steps here. New paint infrastructure with improved path, text, and image elements. So apparently this is waiting to be merged. They just got to finish it, I guess. But they got a bunch of stuff too. Styles and rendering and font height and all kinds of good stuff. So I'm going to, I'm just going to not worry. Yeah, it's a big change. I mean, it looked like they're kind of just replacing a lot of their rendering work for the different text widgets, which is good. A lot of them need help. There's another issue where, like, if you add a like a delete X to this and you make the font bigger because it shows up tiny on your screen, and it's supposed to change the icon size, but it doesn't. So you gotta like dig into the children objects and find it, and it's a mess. I suspect that's part of their desire to fix too. Which actually I think you can see right here. I think I've given these just a little bit of a size bump, but this icon is slightly smaller, so the buttons don't line up, and it drives people like me insane. That'll be a nightmare to code review. Yep. but I'm not going to worry about their code review issues. I'm sure that this branch I'm working in right now is huge, but I'm the only person that has to worry about it, so I don't feel super bad. Now I can't unsee it, right? I noticed it yesterday, because I was looking. I when I was doing laundry, I worked on this a little bit, and I was looking at the different resolution and making sure everything looked more or less correct with just the laptop screen. And I saw that, and I was just like, oh no, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad because it's so small. All right, I just want this to be bigger to start with. Is what I think. And then we can go back to you grow on the X, you don't grow on the Y. That's what I think. And then we'll just have to fix the border madness that goes on here. I'm not exactly sure why that happens to push out abs frame rooms. This highlighting is completely busted, but for some reason, like you can kind of see it's highlighted, but it's not bordered, which is really, really weird. But I'm going to worry about that later, because I'm much, much happier with this, but it's going to require me to make my own form thing, which is going to require me to do this a little different. In general. But it might allow us to get rid of this intermediary struct. Maybe. Which I would like. What I would need to do is drive this off of just the edit struct, which is good and fine. And then I would just need to pre-populate. Like I need to pass it down to the code that initializes this custom form. I guess we could play with, try to use the init stuff. Let me take a look. Obviously, it's not documented, so here there be dragons, but set property and property or any widgets. Not recommended. Typically, you define a custom widget. Here's a simple example. So we'd either have to do go generate or do a tree new. But I don't know that we can really... In this case, they were basically making a variant of a button. And I don't think we can make a variant of a form here. I don't think we want to, right? Like, there's just too much extra stuff in there. If we're going to make a custom widget that does stuff to this struct, you might as well just do it directly, right? Yeah, let's try this out. Let's see how we get on. Because there's a really reasonably good chance that we're going to need to do this anyway with other modules just for sanity. This wasn't something that I ever encountered until it was mentioned in that conversation. So I kind of just made up my own method, but it would be ideal to do it a nicer way. Let's see, we would need to call you tile template or room template. But I forgot to put you in a subfolder. Actually, I should probably call it room form. And then we'll also have like a connection form, right? Eventually. And then let's see here. We need to have... I guess we can do that. You need to wrap a frame, and let's see here. What else do we need in here? We could actually just put... We could kind of borrow some of the form API style, even though we're not really using it. Let's do just struct. No, we can't do that. Let's just do a data struct field that will be pointer to tile data. Let's do that to start. Let's see here. We need top of a file if we want to get this to generate nice stuff. And then he said we need so this would need to be room form. And then let's see, we need also automatic set helper function for properties. You currently also have to also add this line somewhere so that it can get the right type information, but you can remove it after running generate for the first time. Don't know that I want to remove it though if we need it. It's tree.node. That's the one we want. We'll say do it exactly like they said it's For Cogent, get the right type information during generate. Oops, that needs to go after imports. All right, and then while I'm here, we'll just, nope, it wants to sort it that way. All right, we'll let it do that. So if we do that, then we can do an init like so. And then this is frame init. By generate, you mean Cogent will parse this file and add code to it, or a new file in the same package? It's not clear. I believe it will add stuff to Cogent's one of Cogent's interface files. Because like if you look at like new frame, this is just generated, right? And then it wraps. Well, in this case, it's real simple. It's just that. But other things have other stuff, right? This frame is just probably too basic of a deal. Anyway. I haven't really messed around with a lot of Go generate. I generally don't like auto-generated code, right? But in this case, it may be the right answer if we want to make custom widgets to kind of encapsulate everything. Why are you... Did you die again? OBS said it dropped 1.2% of frames, so 149 total, but Restream is freaking out and sending me emails saying, hey, here's your stream summary. I think it's a Restream problem today. Yeah, 7 minutes stream time on Twitch. Cool. Love that. Guess you get what you pay for, right? And I don't pay them for that, so can't be too mad about it. Manipulating source code as text feels icky to me. Oh, I missed a message. Well, especially this way, I wrote some code generation for my project, so that's one advantage of Go being so simple. It's easy to generate as text, but manipulating source code as text, yeah, exactly. Feels icky to me too. And I'm just, in general, I'm against anything that I have to maintain that I didn't write, right? Like, I'm sure that their code generation is very good. Rob Pike is, like, that's his jam. Like, generating and parsing text is, like, his special interest, right? But at least they didn't make the mistake of adding something like preprocess or macros in C or templates in C++. Yeah, I haven't messed with any of that. I'm so against magic, right? I don't want magic in anything I do. Like, I'll consume an API more or less blindly. I don't need to know the internals of your API if I'm using your library more than I need to know to use it. That's fine, but I'm pushing that responsibility, that burden onto the library maintainer, right? Templates in C++ can turn into a horrific mess at the drop of a hat. I have heard that. That's why I've never looked into them. Whenever I start to get into macros and templates in like some kind of an article I'm reading about something, I'm like, no, I'm good. Without like any real driving reason that I need it, nah. I did write 3 interesting little macros in my Rust project the other day, but it's different. Well, we'll see how that works out for you, right? Maybe it's fine. And same here. Maybe this is fine. Maybe I regret it later. But that's also kind of why I'm doing it now. Before I commit to like doing this for every custom widget that I've just wrapped into a frame with like a dirt simple, helper. We'll see. Maybe I regret it. It definitely has a whiff of code smell to it, in my opinion. Let's see here. That's right. I got distracted by things emailing me stream summaries in the middle of my stream. Okay. Oh yeah, I needed to check also that this is happy. I got a warning a minute ago, but it does that. Like, they recommend way higher than I stream in for YouTube. These are macros which saved me a ton of boilerplate, but the fun thing about them is that LSP can analyze both the code inside the macro, like if you give it closures or expressions, and the code generated by macro while you edit. They don't operate on text, they operate on the AST. So they're less like macros and more like pattern matching. Yeah. And it's my understanding that the Go generate stuff does that as well. Like it builds an AST and does stuff. I didn't look into it super hard, but like it was a thing that came up on my radar while I was looking at kind of like how ways to make this more extensible, right? When I started doing a little bit of digging into that. I don't know that I'm happy with the solution yet. In fact, I'm probably not happy with the solution I have right now for map, but the map actual module in the server, but it's fine for now, right? Trying to figure out how I want to handle that in a way that is extensible without modifying core engine code, but also not involving like embedding Lua or something, right? Which is, just a ton more work. And I don't know if I want to do that. Blah, blah, something about enemy have done. Right. Yeah, exactly. I went with, as usual, I did some looking and some reading, and I went with what seemed like the easiest way that could possibly be successful, maybe. Basically, it just, we're already distracted, so we might as well just dive into it. Let's see, server, specifically modules like map being the prototypical one at this point, and the game manager. Game manager is responsible for the game loop, right? And here we have an execute actions function. So basically what map needed to do is to provide a call, and then how I wanted to like register this thing to tell you that you need to load it, that's still a question. Right now it's just in there. But essentially load map, not load map, what did I call you? There's a function in here that the game manager calls, and it says, hey, I know how to handle these command types, right? And then whenever it gets one of those, was it get handlers? Yeah. So get handlers, right now there's only one command type. It just knows how to do moving. And then whenever it sees a type of command that's handled, it just fires it off to this module. And this says, hey, okay, if it's a move type, then I'm going to do what I do. Otherwise, I am going to return an error, right? So in this case, it does the move. And I don't know that I'm happy with that, but we'll see. I was trying to avoid, like, the easy answer is to do just like an event bus, right? But I don't know. I was trying to preserve some of the compiler checking of things, more or less. Because otherwise it's going to be hard to wire in new services. And it's hard to test. Kind of. Maybe. I don't know yet. That's what I was thinking. So I YOLO'd that in there and decided I would kick that. Why would the compiler not be able to check the event bus? Because if it's just an interface, then any implementation needs to be correct for what that thing needs to handle, right? So like, let's say you, what's an example of a thing? There was a use case or two that came to mind, and I don't remember them now. I really don't remember. You'd have to send interface over the event bus, but if you want an extensible or minimum more specific interface, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get it. I had a couple examples that came to mind when I was thinking about it initially, and they're really escaping me now. But like letting the compiler or the LSP verify you're creating a valid command for that handler is something I would love to see if it was possible to do in a way that made sense, right? You're a discriminated union, enum event would work well because you can attach. Yes, yeah, you're right, it would. But then I'd have to rewrite everything in Rust, and I don't really want to do that and you know, dye my hair blue and wear high socks. It would be uncomfortable. I'm gonna check if someone hacked it or something that smells like it and go, although it would have to use type assertions and or runtime. Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like the frames per second, so to speak, the processing per second of a MUD is much, much lower than like a real-time game, but that still is on the hot path, right? And that is a whole nother thing. Is eventually I'll need to write like a bunch of bots and abuse this thing and see like how many clients I can really handle, right? Right now, I just swung for the fences and said I'm going to try to process events twice a second. And we'll see, you know, that should be theoretically more than enough for a MUD, but we'll see like how that holds up to load. I'm not saying this should all be Rust. I'm saying I wish the original design of Go types was a tiny bit more foresight. Right. Even the way generics were, had, it makes them less useful in many cases. Yeah. But like a language change is not like I got to work with the tools I have or change them, right? So and I don't remember if you were here the last time we talked about this, but I thought about doing this in other languages. But I decided that I'm not a game developer. I haven't written a game engine before. And if I wanted it to be a project that I could actually get through and finish, I needed to pick one thing that was new to me, either a language or the task, right? Like I could have gotten through, I'm sure, doing this in a completely new language, but it would have been way harder. Might be interesting to implement a client in Rust later on when the thing is very much done if you want to experiment. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. That would require some some thinking and for the client to be really firmed up, right now I don't even, like, I have my own protocol. A lot of people have asked if I'm going to implement the common protocols, and the answer is I don't know. But the way I've split out the um the client handler, I think I can just make a different handler for a different protocol if I really wanted to. So like that's an option too. You have a natural boundary between components. Client and server are separated by network, and map editor and server are separate by save files. Yes. The map editor, like it uses right now, it uses the map server's module because I don't want to duplicate all that logic, right? But the actual output of it is just a file. One way would be move server client comms to something like protobufs or go with REST JSON. It is just JSON through WebSockets right now. Alternatively, it's still very easy to implement custom binary protocols in basically any language. I've done exactly that in Rust a few times. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, right now it's just JSON, basically, that goes over WebSockets. App editor makes it convenient to reuse the server's types. That makes sure it stays compatible through updates. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Oh, hey, look, they emailed me on a Saturday. I'm sure this is not a rejection letter. Oh, no, this is even worse. This is we received your application, and I don't think I even applied for anything this morning because I did a bunch last night. That's cool. I'm sure that bodes well. Also, it's very useful to be able to write the whole thing in the same language. Right, yeah. Yeah, there is absolutely a nice way to break between a client and a server. Right now, both client and server use the same. It's in the shared. There's a protocol package that they're using, right? So that keeps things easy, but there's not a reason it couldn't be implemented in some other way and then just do some contract testing or something. And that might be interesting. Yeah, absolutely. I've been going hard on the Cogent path, but like that's mostly because it was an interesting project and I was just wanted to try it out, I don't know that it's the final answer still, and I would like it to be, but there's other ways. Like if it becomes too much of a hindrance, it might be time to pivot just for the UI parts. They work on a Saturday afternoon. That's a bit of a red flag, right? I'm guessing it's some horrible, horrible AI system. That's my guess. Let's see. Okay, let's do a quick break so I can use the restroom and refill my beverage. Let's do that. Oh, I completely understand trying new fun libraries. My file system game exists only because I saw an interesting Rust library for Fuse and want to try. Yeah, like that's and exploring those other stuff. Hey, y'all just joined and already got insulted. I work on Saturdays too. That wasn't an insult. That's saying that it's a red flag for your business, for your company. And I would say that that's still a red flag and that they should treat you better unless they're giving you days off outside of Saturday instead of Saturday. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. Beverage acquired. Let's see here. Why do you work on Saturdays? You're in the EU, aren't you? Like in Germany, country with strong employee protection, possibly second only to France and Australia. Does Australia have really good employee protection? I I know the EU has a reputation for it. Less so, I haven't heard as much about Australia. If they expect it is a trash company, yeah. You love your work, you have nothing else to do. Well, I mean, you have projects you could do. I know you do. You have a game you're working on. That's different, but that's an easy way to make your manager expect this. Exactly. And it can be detrimental to your colleagues. Either management starts expecting them to put in this much work too, or the more impressionable ones see your example and thinks it's expected of them. Truth. One of the most common criticism my manager gives me, my example of jumping into a call like 3 a.m. when I notice the New York office is handling something big, makes the junior members on my team in Dublin think this is a normal and expected, which we absolutely don't want. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing wrong with doing it, but expect it to be paid and make sure your team understands the choice. Yes. There was a dev when I started in QA. That guy worked like all day and all night. He would like literally either sleep in a room at the office or he would go to a hotel that was like across the street, and it was insane, right? And I don't understand why he did that really. Like, he liked his job a lot, obviously. But he seemed to like his family just fine. So like it wasn't like he was avoiding them, it didn't seem. So I don't know what was up. But as a result, I was hesitant to join that team because I was like, well, I don't want to work 20 hours a day. I want to go home and unplug and come back refreshed and ready to do things better, right? Um and also it kind of gave him the reputation of being super intense, or not the reputation, but the impression, like the appearance of being super intense. Turns out he was a super nice guy, and we weren't absolutely not expected to do that, but the appearance was absolutely there. If you like your job enough to put in extra work, at least the least the company can do is compensate you fairly, right? And for whatever reason, we as Americans, there's like a big taboo around discussing your compensation. Um, so but so I don't know what he made. I'm sure he was probably compensated fairly though. It was just wild. I was in game development in my early years, and we had that famous crunch time before release. Right? Yeah. I never want to repeat that, even if I went back into game dev. Yeah. And it's I've seen people that tried to do that and watched them. Um, I observed them losing effectiveness as they increased their hours. Like, they were not as good as they were when they unplugged for an evening. My team is awesome. I'm very lucky. I just feel like it's my baby, and currently people are abusing it. And yeah, Mom Goose, that can lead to others feeling hesitant. Yeah, your baby, and currently people are abusing it, like your project right now that you're trying to launch, and people are abusing that, or the discussion of going home is abusing your baby. There's a taboo because that's how employers can squeeze minimal pay for each employee. Right. Personalized pay. Yes, that is absolutely why. But why we put up with that, I don't understand. But in general, there's kind of like a taboo about talking about money and finances in America. And I don't really get that either. Like, I don't do it because it makes people uncomfortable. But, and it does feel a little weird to do. But like, if people want to have like an honest discussion about it, I'm not opposed to that, really. No, your job project. We have some weird stuff going on right now. Yeah, I mean, that's That's job projects. Weird stuff is what they do, right? Especially if it's new. We probably put up with it because there's such a prevalent taboo. Yeah. Everyone participates so much that it actually feels like it might be illegal to discuss your pay with coworkers. Yeah. Yeah. Do you not have the motivation to work on sprites for your game? That's unfortunate. Work on something else. Or, here's what I used to do. And I still do to an extent, right? Because I'm up here now. What I used to do is I promised myself an hour a day of whatever thing I was working on, right? And usually, when I just sat down and started, I would do more than an hour of work on whatever project. And it's important to just draw the distinction that this isn't like hustle culture shit, right? This is just, you promised yourself you're going to work on a thing you want to do for an hour. And on days when you don't want to do it, that motivation is missing, it doesn't matter. You just go do your hour. And if you're not feeling it and it sucks and you want to go play that new game you're excited about or go watch TV or whatever, on those days, you just do your best effort for an hour and then you get to go do that guilt-free. You did your hour. You made progress. You can Netflix in your sweatpants on the couch and eat Doritos, and it's fine. Thinking about discussing pay with coworkers feels like a breach of some company policy, like a bad thing to do. That's how far the employers have won this particular little war. Yeah. But I'm seeing people get angry about stuff like that for the first time that I can recall. Like, not just like grumbling, but actual anger. Uber just announced RTO, and the articles say that they had inappropriate and unprofessional responses in their meeting, I think is how they phrased it. Like, everybody's mad. And there was an article just today I saw the headline of that the CEO was like, you need to make a decision, right? Was the headline. Like, and people are really mad about it. And people are mad about the job market. People are mad about record profits and layoffs. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Let's see. Other than overworking, how's your Saturday jazz? Also, I realized I hadn't asked the same of Mr. Mongoose. So same question. You know, it is. Speaking of the job market, you know, and applications, it's hard to stay positive, but I'm doing and figuring out what's next, basically. And also leaning into this because I'm really enjoying this and trying to figure out how do I do more of this. Oh, we do discuss pay. Let me tell you that. Please don't think I'm a crack. I'm lying in bed and coding from there. I mean, that's still brain work. We have a sheet where people can add their role, level, location, and compensation anonymously if they like, or with a name. It allows everyone to see if they personally might be underpaid. That's nice. That's like an internal, like, levels. I'm waiting on a few packages, most notably a Bluetooth foldable keyboard I can take with me, so I can do a bit of lightweight coding on my phone. Ugh. Oh, just the thought is gross. I don't like it. Let's see here. Your Saturday is fine. Good. Excellent. I did a bunch in my Factorio game. Landed on the toughest planet, Aquilo. Other than that, went for a few walks and otherwise lazy. Nice. I struggle to get into Factorio. I have it. I have played it. Coding on your phone, what the hell's wrong with you? Exactly. See, it's not just me. Set up a web-based VS Code on my VPS. You're not making it better. Soon move that to my home lab once I get some renovations done. Then I can code anywhere that has a web browser. But got one of those folding phones, so the screen size is really good. You know, they make these devices that are almost like a computer, but they fold in half and they're kind of small, and you like take them with you places, and they got batteries. They you put them on your lap. It's a laptop computer. I don't have a personal laptop. They sell them. You can buy them in stores and from your favorite online retailers. I know a number of people that have that dream of it's my phone and a computer, and I've never been able to understand you guys. Oh, nice! I just got myself a Fairphone, then realized others are also fair too, but better. I've heard Fairphone. I've heard that name. I think. Let me see. I guess they're a Dutch company. Country and language. I think I need to first set my country or my language to English. Otherwise, I have to figure out what Dutch is for the country. I don't think they sell in the US. UK. Don't want one. Had one for a while, and work mandates. I have one, so if I'm on call or something, I can use my work laptop for light private work. No problem. Yeah. If I had my laptop with me, then I'd mostly spend the time fiddling until I get the setup just right. When I'm at home, I use my desktop. So a laptop would only be for when I'm out, and that's like a couple of hours each week at most. I don't want to spend those hours fiddling and sitting on my laptop. So I took a phone with a big screen, which doesn't need any setup. I mean, I don't need a fancy phone and it's solid. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm not a phone guy in any way. I'm just not interested in phones other than as a mobile device for using the internet, right? Like, can I Google a price when I'm at the store? I'm good. Yeah, I mean, this looks like just a perfectly normal, average phone. I guess I forgot to drag it over here. Seems like a solid choice to me. I either SSH to my VPS and use NeoVim, or a web browser to the VS Code instance and use that. Either works. Yeah. You seemed like a laptop guy. I have to work on my perception of people. I mean, what does a laptop guy really look like, right? I know, but I don't leave my home a whole lot, so I don't need computing when I'm away that much. Yeah, I have worktop and laptop and office setup and home desktop and setup. Yeah. That's, I have a Steam Deck because I really wanted to support that as a product, and I had the money at the time, right? I got one of the original ones. Um, and I very seldom use it because whenever I have time to play games, I'm usually here where I have access to my desktop and stuff, It's a vibe, not a look. Gotcha. Don't get me wrong, having a laptop for coding is exciting, and I went through a number of them over the past few decades, but recently I realized that I use them so little it's not worth spending money. Yeah. I have a tower? Yes, I do. I stream from a laptop, but I game from a desktop. All I need is to learn to keep my Bluetooth foldable keyboard on me once I get it. Yeah. Do people say tower, or is it a word like handy for a mobile phone? Desktop is usually what people will say. But if you'd said tower, I got it. I think most people would get it. I have been so super derailed, but that's fine. That's good. I've seen both tower and desktop used interchangeably. Yeah. If you're talking to an old, then it's a CPU. uh, People and technology. The more you know, right? Jazz and you are the distraction squad, right? But there is, if your tower is on the floor, then it's a hard drive. Yes, I've heard that too. Yeah, my hard drive is broken. Okay, which which part? What's actually wrong? Yeah. Yeah, no, the distraction squad is true, but also like, you know, we're here having fun. I've also noticed, and this, it's hard to separate signal from noise, but I've noticed that people tend to stick around more when we're just chatting around and like working on stuff in between topics, right? I think it's more interesting to watch. Yeah, as always, at least you help them out sometimes. That's a very unkind to yourself viewpoint, Jazz. It's you being here, hanging out, chatting is absolutely helpful and awesome. That's because I'm good at pretending like I know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's it's absolutely not a requirement that you have code ideas to be here and to support my stream, right? The highest view count in YouTube is the video from you reviewing your hair. Do with that information what you will. I think that was just a banger day for whatever reason. I think that was the same day that people kept swinging through YouTube and be like, "Hey, I have no idea who you are or what this is, but you're on my front page," and I'm like, "Awesome." So some days just are good, and some days are quieter. It's hard to know how much of that is just like attention span and what people have in their lives versus what is tied to what I'm doing and presenting that is more interesting, right? It's all kind of just muddy. But I mean, as long as I figure, what I figure is as long as I continue to see more people, new faces, people coming to hang out, people wanting to interact and talk about things and, you know, participate in the stream, um, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. If that stops for like a significant period of time, then I might need to reevaluate what the core content is, right? And like, what have I changed? Or maybe it's just bad luck, you know, that week was quiet. Hard to say. That's the way, right? That's as far as I can figure. People coming in and extolling the virtues of other operating systems, editors, and programming languages. I mean, they're welcome to try, but it's going to be real hard to convert me to your NeoVim ways. The only thing we need to do is tabs versus spaces to round it all out, and then maybe Vim versus Emacs, right? The answer is none of them. or neither of them. But also tabs. Fight me. Emacs Church still kills you? Nice. Oh gosh, where was I? I was doing this. I was looking at this undocumented nonsense. So we init a thing. And then what we're going to need to do I also agree with tabs. Work insists on spaces and 2 spaces at that. Ooh. Which, especially in Python, is absolutely horrible, right? There's a guy. I have seen him. Let's see if he's on today. He's in the software section, software and game dev. He's making a thing in Rust. I don't think he's on. If he was, he'd be up top because he's very popular. And I don't remember his name. But he uses, I think it's Rust. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's C. Anywho, he uses his own custom fork of some weird text editor that's not one of the main ones. And his indentation is all single space. So like when he's got stuff on the screen, it's all right there. It's crazy. I think the reason is because of those draconian line length limits we have. It gets somewhat compensated with 2 space indentation. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about line length limitations. Yeah, IDE converts it to 2 spaces. Yeah. All right. Let's write some code. How about that? Interestingly, our Ghost doesn't have line length limitation, but there's a recommendation to try and keep most of it inside 80 columns, mainly so it's easier to view side by side. Yes. All the other languages do. Yeah. Like I have the same kind of rule of thumb for myself because I'm a big side by side user. But also there's a quote in the Python PEP style guide. I think it was in the PEP. It's somewhere related to that where it says a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds or something like that. And it was kind of, you know, like these are good rules to follow, but they're not set in stone. Which I thought was pretty smart, but also a lot of LSPs will underline things and annoy you if you're breaking them. And the option is either to turn off that inspection or to comply. Any more chatter, you'll have to remove that actually writing code tag, right? It'll be your fault. We wrote code today, all right? I spent the first hour writing code. We have actually written code. I'd like to write more code, but you know, we'll do what we get up to. So he does styler right after that, which is fine. And he, in the example, he's calling it off of the struct. So this is basically just the frame it's wrapping your styling. That's fine. Well, that's the 1 hour you talked about earlier, right? And then, okay, so if we're going to rebuild this widget or build a widget for ourselves, let's get templates bar over here. We're going to need a couple things. And I believe that this is the correct place to set them up. We need to, we'll probably call it on the frame. So don't know if this makes sense yet. Let's just do... I always do that, and I don't know why. That. Okay, so this, no bueno. That is fine, though. Okay. And then we do... We need to put this up here. I don't know why I did that. Type. And let's use their other type that they had of the text box, text field. Because I liked it better. And it'll match better, I think. Widgets. Widgets. Text field. Set type. Text field outlined. Let's do that. Like so. This needs to be... Let's start out. We'll leave the button off for now, but let's start out with... Ooh. We're going to need one of these too. So that we can hook up the button behavior. Because if we do it from the maker that goes in here, right here, we get the index for free that says, hey, truncate this that you're based on, right? And here I just returned the button so that we could register the onClick here. Otherwise, we have to track what the index of this element is in order to reslice the string, which is silly to do. So then we also need to init the button, I think. And then in his example, I think we're going to need to do this at the end if we want the button to be at the end, which I don't know we do yet. We'll just throw it in there so that we have an idea. This we need to set the grid and then 2 columns. Or do we want to do that? We just want to do... Let's just do a column first. Let's set the X to grow. We'll leave the Y alone. That we can probably leave. This, let's do that. And then does this make sense? Yeah, I think this is still good. I don't think we need to do anything with that just yet, but we'll just leave the styler in there. We'll take it out if we don't need it. Then New text. Text. That. New text. It's not core though. It hangs off of this. Ugh. Text editor dot new editor. Parent is still RF. Then we do verbose field dot buffer options line numbers false, or maybe we leave the line numbers on. Maybe that's nice. Let's find out. We still do need a styler, because we want to set it to grow on the X, not on the Y. Minimum Y is 10 lines. And 0 the radius on the border, so it's not all roundy. Ash, is everything you see about working at your specific company true, like that whole lifestyle thing, or is it just USA things? On the topic of text editor, will you consider allowing any kind of markdown or similar tagging? Yes. Right now, the map descriptions supports the Go templating language. It's just not tied into the editor, really. And that's a thing I need to figure out how I want to do to make that user-friendly. But it should have access to everything, the properties of the map tile. I forget exactly how I wired it up, but it is something that I want to do. There's a lot of exaggeration both ways, but it's pretty nice despite all of the recent changes to businessify it more. Yeah. It looks like a lot of fun, to be honest, in a good way. I think it does not look like a lot of fun based on that news headlines. For example, we have breakfast, lunch, and dinner available at the office. If we want it, we have facilities, gym, pool, game rooms, sleep rooms in the office too. Have you ever actually used the game room? We have micro kitchens on each floor with a coffee machine and drinks fridge. That's nice. Those I use. I've worked at a number of places that had game rooms, and I've never used one, ever. If I'm at work, I'm working. And if I'm not at working, then I'm not at work. You have Obstkorb? Obst is fruit. What's Korb? Fruit baskets? That. I have yes, not often, because the types of games I like to play require a lot of time and focus. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to take that time away from work. Precisely. Gamer is constantly occupied, ping pong being the most popular activity. There was a number of people that were pretty into their ping pong at the last, not the last job before that. There were no anythings at my last job. I was looking for a new job even before I got laid off. Mongoose out there being a full-blown chairman. Educated guess and some basic vocabulary. Your team also built like a couple of huge Star Wars themed Lego sculptures during some quieter quarters. Nice. Key is that people go unwind, relax, and work more productively. Productively. Words in the time. Yeah. That's why I go home though. That's we kind of started to touch on that a few minutes ago, but yeah, there's even been studies that say, I think it was after like 50 hours, like more time is less productivity in general. And there's a lot of personal variance there, but like I've seen it, you know, non-scientifically, but I've observed people spend more and more hours and then their output just kind of tanks because they need to go do something else for a while, you know, work on a project, unwind, unplug for a half a second and let their lizard brain process something, right? And come back with some new ideas. Not having to rush out of the office into some restaurant or something, do lunch, then come back saves a lot of time and effort. Yes, that would be nice. Sleep room is a nice option. For example, if you didn't sleep well, it's sometimes good to take like a 30-minute nap. Makes the rest of the day more useful versus just calling it a bad day and taking vacation. Yeah, that part I could see. Okay, yeah, I think that we could start. Let's get rid of that for now. I'm just going to comment this out for a quick second. And no, I'm going to leave this as it is, but I'm going to comment this part out. And instead of that, I'm going to do, I think I need to go generate first. If we're going to play that. Okay, well that ran fast. One thing I'm missing since we moved to a new building is the maker space. That would be cool. I have a lot of equipment for, well, making things. I need to continue building my keyboard, and I don't want to have soldering equipment at home since I use it so very rarely. Yeah. The room is reserved, but there's been a lot of glitches in the new building that the building management teams have had to deal with, so it's a bit delayed. That's unfortunate. I guess I would just live there, to be honest. Sounds more like a home than a workplace. TLDR, there's a lot of amenities to make us comfortable. It's still a work environment. Most people treat it that way. Yeah. Make it a personal point to only stay during business hours unless I'm specifically working on something, in which case I take the same time some other day and I leave early or arrive late or spend few hours midday to work on my own project. I find that always difficult to stop midday and change to project mode. But that might just be like me being, you know, hardwired to be at work during work hours and then do whatever after for so many years. It's hard to switch there and then back again for me. Okay, go generate did no errors or anything, but double check. He just says in the terminal. He doesn't really say. Oh, this is the root. Okay, yeah. It's probably fine. Let's just see. Mongoose, I just realized what an RV is. I thought of something like a camper. What does something like that cost? Wildly varies. It is a camper, right? That's RV, camper, same thing. Lots of different types. Anywhere from, you know, tens of thousands of dollars up to hundreds of thousands of dollars to, you know, the big super fancy ones that look disgustingly gaudy are like $1 million rigs. They're paying me well, but I don't want the company to own me. So I put in the hours I need to A, be available for when team needs me, and B, project is done, and C, business hours as defined by my contract. Yeah, that said project is done, could overgrow easily. But my manager pays close attention to that, and we rescheduled and redefined goals to ensure is consuming more time than business hours. Yeah. That's the thing about developers and software projects and what we do. Even IT people that work more in the admin and the support world, there is never a done for us, right? There's no magic time when the thing stops having things you could add to it or fix or whatever, right? There's a line where you're done with that thing and you don't want to invest the time to do these other things that you could do. But there's no when I get done I can rest. Ever. There's always just the next thing. Despite all of the language surrounding it, sprints, right? In Agile. In the real world, a sprint is a short thing you run as fast as possible and then you're done, right? But that's not true. We just do another sprint or, you know, whatever thing you're following. There's always a new thing. It really comes down to having a good manager, reporting chain, leadership, and colleagues. Yeah. Were the layoffs regarding those meta positions like Agile, something, communication, something justified? I don't know that I know specifically which ones you're referring to. Software projects are notoriously hard to estimate, and I once saw an article that explained one reason why, so it makes sense. I would be interested in seeing that. Because there's lots of those. There's layoffs constantly, and for most of big tech, it's not justified. Yeah, the profits are still up each year. It's just Wall Street having some idea that layoffs will squeeze more pennies. We're going to kind of doom spiral for a second here. Because all of this just gets doomy and awful. You in there. There's a very smart guy, Ed Zitron. He writes this little blog. I'll drop it. Drop some linkies in chats. He calls it the rot economy, right? Number go up is the only thing that any company is focused on right now. And it must go up forever. We must grow always, right? And the way that they do that in a time when we're plateauing, like right now, is they cut costs. So the numbers still go up. It's very short-sighted and silly, and he's got a lot of words about it. That's very good to read. You read everything Ed writes? Nice, nice, excellent. See, I knew I liked you. I always wonder what those HR and communication people actually do, and I always come to the same conclusion. Nothing. That's not true. HR people make sure that the business can't be sued when they do illegal things. In a perfect world, because they stop them from doing illegal things, but often just because they, you know, put their thumb on the scale and make sure that you don't get any ideas. Anyway, software projects are always something new. Oh, I'm not sure if I have the link to the article, but the gist of it was that other fields where estimates are accurate, people repeat projects. Yes. Like building a table every week for 10 years. By the end, you'll really know how long it takes and what materials are needed. Absolutely. Anyway, software projects are always something new. I bet if you coded this mud server over and over, deleted it when the project and was done and started again a year or two, you'd become very good at this and you'd be able to predict exactly how long it would take. Yes, absolutely. That is kind of one of the things that the traps that everybody keeps falling into is that software is not like anything else. Anytime you talk about, well, other fields have this, maybe we should have this in software. No, software is not the same as engineering a building. Software is not the same as engineering a car. It's not the same as building a car. It's completely different. My first job back home was in a government-owned electric company. It has a general division, which includes IT, accounts, HR, and stuff. Oh, my soul, it hurts. And within the general division is a general department. That's the literal translation of the name. So generally speaking, it's awful. That's what you're saying? Yeah, but the you're absolutely right. If you repeat it over and over, you'll know. There's actually DHH has his company, Basecamp. They have a book. I think, let me find if I have it saved. There's an online version. Shape Up. That's what it is. Not even people in the department knew what it was for, and they had a thing going where one person in the department would have all their key cards for a week and badge everyone into the office and out of it. They'd rotate one person every couple weeks. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Basecamp. I'll drop a link to this. I haven't read all of this book. I've read part of this book, and I found it insightful and interesting. Let's see here. The rest of them not coming in or coming in very late just to socialize. It was the dumping department for all the nepotism hires. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. But in here they talked about like the boundaries. They set boundaries instead. They have an appetite, right? Appetite as a time budget for a standard team size. So they kind of just generalize it this way. So it's like their own take on agile type stuff. But they also had in here calendar, right? Okay. Where was the... It might have been earlier that they were talking about... right, here we go. Calendar view from the previous chapter. Basically, they were saying like, hey, we've built calendars a bunch of times. We know it takes X amount of time, right? But they could only do that because they had built that for clients over and over and over again. You're exactly right on, if you do it a bunch of times, you'll be better at estimating. But most of the things that we make, we've never built that before. And if we have, we haven't built it this way before because there's always some new wrinkle in it, right? Looks like a very useful resource. Okay, market. Yeah, I need to finish it. I need to get around to finishing it, but it had a lot of really good insights in it. And it's, you know, as with most things that DHH is involved in, he has a lot of really good ideas, even if he's somewhat controversial sometimes for his takes. Oh gosh, I'm behind. We had people reach out to IT help desk and complain they needed new movies because they were bored with the ones they'd already watched on the TV in their office. They had a TV and movies in the office so they wouldn't get bored, because if they got bored, they started causing problems elsewhere. Being government-owned business, it was essentially impossible to ever lay off people. Yeah. Also an interesting reading from recently, the configuration complexity clock, not directly related, but I found it very interesting. I'd recommend it for a later read. Recently, as I found recently. Yeah. I mean, it's only from 2012. Configuration complexity clock. Hard coded configuration. So I'll have to go through this. This does look interesting. You realize that 2012 was 13 years ago? Yes. Yes, I do. I made myself sad. Oh, no, I'm sad. It's that the picture from here, this one. This is what happens when I realize that 2012 was 13 years ago. Instantly. It gets worse. Has either of you grown up in the 90s? Maybe. Stop it. It was just 3 years ago. uh this one's gonna get you. Are you ready? Are you ready to get got? 2020, and all of that was only already 5 years ago. Think about that. The 90s are as far away now as the 60s were during the 90s. Yeah. I am being in the grocery store and going, oh yeah, I know this song. It's a pretty good song, old. Stop it. uh, Anywho. I'm just a teenager figuring out life. See, that's the problem, is that once you hit like your late teens, early 20s, time just kind of stops inside your head. Yeah, funny, I feel the same way. Yeah. Time stops in your head and you just kind of keep on being that person more or less, like barring anything super tragic happening that fundamentally shakes up your entire universe. That's just kind of who you're going to be. Like, you can get more educated, you can get smarter, you can change your opinions on things, but like that idea of self you have is going to continue so far as I am aware until the day you die. If that changes, I'll let you know, but because I feel the same way too. Imagine our parents thinking that way when they got us. Frightening, but they did. And everybody is clueless and terrified and just making it up as they go. And anybody who tells you otherwise is either a liar, trying to sell you something, or both. Yeah, when my dad was as old as I am now, I was in my 20s. I can't imagine having a kid in their 20s, not right? Well, that's you know, we're right back to the job market and the state of the world in that regard, because it was possible back then. You know, it was already starting to get harder, but you know, you go back even just as far as the 60s, like you could work at a grocery store and own a house, right? That was possible once upon a time in America. I don't know about other places. I assume other places were similar. Yeah, my child will be 12 now. The heck? Right? Yeah, I make a lot of money, but I'd still be utterly irresponsible to bring a kid into the world right now, right? Unfortunately, you have just generated the plot hook for Idiocracy, the most terrifyingly accurate accidental documentary. Heck, I've been planning for like 5 or 6 years now so I can take proper care of a dog. I'll try to get this autumn. I need to get a dog too. Wanting it for 20 years, yeah. I have wanted to have dogs, but like, okay, so living in apartments, having dogs is hard. And I've always lived in apartments, right? And I would feel terrible about leaving them while I went to work all day. Um, when I finally hit the road, and also I've never seriously actually wanted to own a house. I've thought about it in the sense of like, well, that's what I should do next. But then when I stopped and really examined that, I was like, I don't want that. Not in the sense of what's available currently for people to buy, right? Bought an apartment 400 meters from the office so I can come for a quick 20-minute walk during lunch near a park. Yeah. What kind of dog would y'all get? I would go to the pound and find some goofy mutt that needed somebody to love them. I was hoping for a patio or backyard, but that's not easy to do in central Dublin, at least not for the money I was willing to spend. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, but I've wanted a dog. We had dogs growing up. Whatever I find in the shelter is one that clicks well with me. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so generate was done. Preferably some border collie mix because I'd like to have a smart dog and do tricks and train new things. Yeah. So if generators work correctly, then ooh, I wonder if JetBrains will hook into it. Let's find out. I think if not that, then maybe a lab or retriever mix. All solid options. When I was a kid, we had a German Shepherd for a while. We had a Black Lab for a while. We had a couple of different Spaniel flavors for a while. We had a German Shepherd when I was young, and those are fantastic too. With my ex for a few years around 2012, we had two short-haired pointers, and that was great. Yeah. The problem with dogs is that you will mostly outlive them, or most likely outlive them. Yes. That is a problem, but they kind of just go around making the world a better place. And so, like, it's probably worth it. In either case, almost certainly a mix because they tend to be healthier and live longer. It's a bit selfish, but as a first dog, I want as many years as I can get. Right. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think every living organism wants as many years as they can get, right? So I would like to be a bit more active and go out for exercise and walks a little more, but I'm the type of person that won't do without a reason. Yes. I have the same problem with exercising or going to the gym or whatever. Anything like that, right? I I don't like to do things without purpose. I don't like items that don't have a purpose. Why would I want to do things without a purpose, right? I don't think. I wonder if I would need to drop into. What if I did this? Ah, okay. Core not found in path. I figure a dog will be responsibility enough that I take at least one long walk a day and several shorter ones, right? We both still look like a fit guy even without gym. No, I'm fat. I'm a fatty. You haven't seen the full pic of me, right? Find a recent one that isn't hideous and send it over DM on Discord. Gotcha. Oh, speaking of which, the Discord link is up for anybody that wants to come hang out in the Discord and join. If that's not your jam, there's absolutely no pressure to do so. But if it is your jam, we'd love to have you. Should be in channel info for both YouTube and Twitch. I guess I could put it in chat too. Assuming I can get it while I'm in streamer mode. Woohoo, Discord's up, excited to see you about to come. Where the invite, so you are. Oops, that's not. What in the world? Discord. Oh, it's because I'm in streamer mode. Yep. Can I not just... Oh, here we go. Yeah, we did this yesterday. Do that. Do this. This is giving me a different link now. That's cool. 10 out of 10 experience, Discord. Let me make sure before I do anything else. Turn that back on. All right. I need to update this. But I'll drop that for y'all. And then I'll go fix this because it changed it on me. Discord, edit. That. Being too skinny also sucks. Currently drinking friggin' oil to gain weight. It's hard to live healthy these days, right? Let's see here. This, I believe. There we go. That should be fixed on the pages since it just changed. All right. So core is not found in path, which means that something is wonky with my install of Cogent. So I need to look at the docs for the install. Uh, excellent. That was weird. OBS completely dropped me. What's going on today? Statistics. Oh yeah, I absolutely see a drop of 10 seconds. Obstructed. There's no obstructions out there. You're on one, Starlink. All right. Anyway, I was looking for the install stuff. Might not be here. Get started. Is Ash being mean to himself? I know y'all are both mean to yourselves, so stop it. That's how I feel. I'd be more comfortable if it dropped about 10 to 15 kilograms. That's my kind of my goal, but like I said, no real motivation for gym. You know? I used to do up until 2020, I was doing gym and it was good for me and I should do it again, but now I move around a lot, right? So but I followed the same pattern of I'm just going to go and I'm going to do the thing even if I don't feel it. And if I have more energy and motivation, I'll do more. But if not, I'm just going to do the basics. And I just did it. Removing motivation from the equation, I think, is kind of the secret. You don't have to be motivated. You just do it. Aren't I a tall guy? Tall guys look weird if not enough fat. I mean, yes, I'm a tall guy, but I'm too heavy. I need to be more active. So I'm looking forward to a dog who will drag me out of bed at 7 so I go out for an hour or two walking instead of reading YouTube or watching in bed. Yeah. The other thing that can help is podcasts or audiobooks if you like that kind of thing. I used to work out, like, some days it was music, right? But other days I would work out listening to a podcast, and because that was enough to keep me distracted in my mind, it made it easier to do the routine, right? Because that's to me kind of the biggest thing is the pointless exertion and the just the boredom, right? Like, lift the heavy thing, put the heavy thing down is not mentally stimulating. What do you do if you just don't like moving, like, at all? You just do it anyway. I like moving fine, but it feels like a waste of time when I could be coding something or learning something. Yeah. Yeah. I have the same problem with most things. Like, I don't particularly like doing, like, going camping because there's just no purpose, right? You sit around the campfire and then you go to bed and then you go home. Yeah. Anything that doesn't have a purpose or something engaging for me to do, I struggle with. Walking the same route day after day would be boring and pointless to me, but a dog actually needs that, so it's a good enough purpose. Yeah, yes and no. Especially if I bring a tennis ball and toss it around a few times. A few times, he says. Let's see. Installation. Maybe it's on the GitHub. I suspect that may be it. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. A dog also helps to get in contact with random people, at least from what you heard. So we've read, right? Thanks, Restream. Appreciate that. I know I'm having a bad internet day. Where did they put the freaking install? Not ideal, but I can be polite and exchange a few pleasantries, right? Feed me? No, it's just this one. Makes sense. I feel like this just takes me to docs, right? Yes. Contents. Install. Okay. That was incredibly painful and awful. Course setup. I don't want to do that. Installs Go, GCC, and various graphics libraries. I'm not going to do that. Thank you. Don't want to run anything with sudo. Commands are listed here. Involves those. Doesn't cover the path. Deeply annoying. Run this command. Okay, maybe this I still need to do. I feel like I've done this before, but I don't know. That invalid version on revision. Oh, because I didn't. Let's do this. Main. There we go. In either case, it's only 9:30, but I'm thinking of watching an episode or two of something mindless and do an early night. For some reason, I wake up at like 6 on weekends, so tomorrow will likely be the same. Yeah, man. Sometimes you just got to do that, you know? Now. Yeah, not found in path. Okay. That's really, really obnoxious that this is not documented. Keep up the good hackery. Jazz will keep an eye on it when I'm gone, right? She'll give me side eyes every time I look at the pointers. Have a good rest of the day and all the other pleasantries people usually say at a time like this. Hey, man, you too. Always appreciate you swinging through. So yeah, this doesn't put you on my path. What are you're going to be in if I go install you? You should be in my user bin. Let's take a little walk. You're not. I need to check. Let's see here. Files the executable, moves the destination, go install. Does a little bit more, moves the executable file to go path bin. Main packages which are imported to go path package. Maybe it doesn't put it in my user bin. Maybe that's my problem. This could be old too, so I gotta be careful. Look at this. User profile go. Corey is in there. Okay, so what I need to do is check exports go. Default go install path, use this. Export path is path, user local go bin. Home go is go path. User local go bin. Or USR, I should say, but go bin has just go and go format. USR local go bin. So don't have that anymore. I would need to home go in and then Go path. Oh, I totally messed that up. Go pin. So now, there we go. Okay. Now, if I do it over here. Source that in here. Run this. Generate should work. There we go. Now, still don't have. Added that. New my button helper. Oh, those energy drinks, they will kill me eventually. I mean, will they? I quit smoking. Ages and ages ago now. I quit drinking just by virtue of, like, I just don't have time for that crap in my life, right? The only thing left to me is delightful, highly caffeinated beverages. It's my only joy left in life. Why do I not get... I drink 4 a day and I'm 5'1". I guess my heart won't take it much longer. I mean, that all is... So I've looked into this. I've gone down this path before, right? All of that you see is mostly nonsense online. Oh, those cigarettes, right? Yeah, I quit that. When I was young and dumb, I smoked. I quit that in my mid-20s, I think. I don't even know when I quit. Like, that's how long ago it's been, right? But the energy drinks, like, so there is like a recommended daily intake of caffeine, right? That is a thing. But it's completely a guess. And it's very different from people to people, from person to person. The correct amount of caffeine that you can consume without bad effects is the amount of caffeine that you can consume, you personally, before it starts to become not fun, basically, right? You know when you've had too much caffeine, you feel nervous, jittery, all that nonsense, like, and you know, I've had too much caffeine today and now I feel like crap. That's when you stop. That's the correct amount for you. Guess that's true. It is, right? I've known people that like literally can't drink a cup of coffee or they are wired and it's not fun for them. And there's people like me where like I limit myself to 2 a day just because it's an expensive habit. But like I caffeine very well. So and I was actually just reading a noobs, right? I was just reading a thing today, an article where they were saying that there was like they had done a study and there was evidence to say that people with a higher caffeine content in their blood tend to be less likely to develop diabetes and some other stuff. I don't think they talked about like artificially introducing it, but I took it as a win. I was like, huh, that's interesting. So why don't I have you go generated, core generate succeeded. Would it be would it not go in core? Would it be just hanging off of this? Okay, that makes sense. It didn't put it into core, put it into this package. Where did it um where did it actually put? Let's collapse this. This is not where are we in editor? Type gen. Okay. So this is what it generated. Fair enough. But this theoretically we should be able to give this W and it should figure out that it needs to go in there, right? Maybe. And we can just do that for now. It's redundant, but I don't care. This should give us a working widget. New template. I think I did. I commented out. Or maybe not. Check here. You'd think that I would need to give it some indication that it was getting a parent, right? Hmm. They don't seem to be doing that there, though. Let's look at the type gen. Yeah, okay. This would take a parent. Takes a parent here. This is all this generates in this case. It's just this guy, which just is a helper for tree.new type of room form. Takes parent args. Okay, that's fine. Why do you not up here? Let's take a look at. I wish there was docs on this. Okay, clicked that a couple times. Oh. No, that should still trigger an update. Frame, rooms. Ah, they exist. Things are just messed up. What the heck? New text. We can do that. So they get the border again. I guess I could also do instead of a background just for testing to make sure it's not like a black text on a black background sort of situation. Which it never seems to be, but you know, seeing is believing. Okay, so yeah, we do see that. Oops. Cannot use rf.frame. Type core.frame is a type tree.node type. Does not implement tree.node as the init. Okay, so let's look at the new form just for funsies, and we'll see. Not that. We need to look at the actual form. I actually want to look at actual code and see how you are doing this. Because a form has subfields, so we'll go to its init, frame init. They do a styler on it. Maker, get struct fields. Okay, that's its helper for the form specifically. Is there an example where we do add at? So we need like some other kind of thing. Because we don't have anything to iterate through in this case. Maybe we don't need to. Maybe we can just tree add. Maybe that is the correct answer. Just pull you over here real quick. We do have tree add, so we can do that. In this case, it's the correct way to lay this out. the this we still need a maker. Okay. In this case, it is the form maker. This would be RF maker. Tree plan like this. And then tree add child. Yeah, that still doesn't work because that's not this. Okay, I see. I've done wrong. These need to be pointers, I think. Look at their example again. They're not, though. They're not in the example. Okay. If I just do add, this is P for the plan that we're constructing. And then it takes an init func. I guess. And then this goes off of W. But that? No. Can't do that. But how does that play if we then do this, which is not a frame, it's a text editor? But it doesn't matter because okay, you're right. This isn't an argument, it's the anonymous framework creating to hold this, right? Okay. And then we do just a init on the button. All right. That see if that works. Yes, fantastic. Okay. It's all wonky, but it was guaranteed to be added to its parent before the init function is called. Name of the node is automatically generated. Okay. They're called in sequential ascending order. So we need to flip this backwards. So the description gets called first. We can get rid of this debug sort of background. Okay, closer. we need to do the labels before the fields, or sorry, after the fields so that they go before. Which is really, really bizarre and weird, and I don't like it, but so it be, so it be. All right, so now that's still backwards. Why is that still backwards? Description, text field, verbose field. Well, let's fix this first. Is there... Oh, am I confused? I think this is just adding new makers, so they do go in the correct normal order. I misinterpreted that doc string. Let's put that back. Put this in the wrong place. You should go back up here. This will need to have that. See how that comes out. Well, I mean, kind of, but not really. Ah, because we have to update this for one. What is going on? There we go. And then that's off W. Okay. That... This also needs to go off W. That's part of my problem. It's putting on different parents. All right. Now, beautiful. Much better. Let's give this... 25, let's say, padding. Kind of just get things a little bit more squished in. Teeny tiny bits. Yeah, okay. This needs to have squared edges to fit our style so far. So let's go ahead, put that in here. And then also set you to grow. We want it to automatically grow. On the Y, if you start typing lots and lots of things, like you shouldn't, but maybe you want to. We'll just account for it. That not... Why didn't you embiggen? Pretty sure that I was able to do... Yeah, I was able to do it here. Like it's ignoring it. Why can't I... Why don't you respect the grow? Mm-hmm. Why would you be doing that? I wonder if it's the type. Just for fun, let's take the type out. Maybe that's doing something wonky with the styling. Hmm. Maybe not. Second there, I thought maybe, but... Would I have to do maybe... That would probably still need border, but the yeah, I'll probably put both of you inside of the wrapper so that you stay together if we're going to try this way. What will that do for me? I'm going to put them side by side and it still won't. Let's do an inspect. Tabs, frame, rooms. This guy. It's weird there's an empty one. That does stretch. It's just the text box won't. Am I forgetting something maybe? Docs wise? Text field. Hmm. I guess I could try. So grow, it doesn't like grow. This doesn't seem to have made a meaningful difference, so let's take it out. All can just hang off a W. You then need to maybe try doing let's try that. Just say, look, your minimum width has to be the width of your parent element. You say it's not preferred, but okay, it's closer. That winds up shoving that out, but I mean it's progress. Maybe that's okay. You are set to grow on the X. It's this. Wonder if I should be doing something else with this instead of doing this in knit. I wish there was docs on this. Let me make triple sure there aren't. I guess the plan will be part of it, but not quite, right? Tree.nodebase.maker. Finds that new frame, maker, takes plan. This is an iterated version still. No thank you to that. Tricky. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, and we'll kind of dig into figuring this out afterwards. Be right back. All right. Why you do this? This is set to grow and this is set to grow on the X. I don't know that. That's correct. What is frame in knit? What if we did that for a test? So that we can kind of help pick out which is which in the inspector that ultimately, of what ultimately gets built, right? We go in here, frame, tabs frame, rooms, down template 0. Okay, this is foo. This is the. It's weird that it gets no name, but that's the parent. So one would think that having that one grow should be correct. Room form. So this is the one we. This is W effectively in code here. So look at where do we do over here? Let's look at the new frame. Not frame. New form. Here we go. This. So this is a styler. Same way we're doing. They just do a knit. A form struct. Yeah, it has a frame. It's not a pointer. Hmm. And then they do a maker. And they do the iterator thing. The widget is a pointer to a text. And a value widget. Would this be this instead? Val nm, val name, which is value. Okay. So if we called you let's use their example here, but well, maybe this does make sense. Field path. Yeah, this doesn't make sense to do. Because they pull that from while they're iterating through the struct that you give it, looking for what the name should be. So it wouldn't make sense to borrow that idea. And they have type num or type name. What if we just do that? Maybe that's sufficient. And then value, but go back to add. Because what if do we even need this one to grow? This is giving me precious few clues because I don't like I'm not doing the same things that they are at a fundamental level, so it's a little tricky. But other widgets have less moving pieces than I need also, so kind of okay, yes, but with that. So closer, but still kind of wonk. This is likely not the correct answer for that anyway, but if this grows to be as wide as the parent, this actually probably belongs here, or we would need to do it in the other styler maybe? Not sure. No is the answer to that. This is set to grow, so we don't have it on the parent, but we put it on the frame we construct in there. Nothing. Okay. So we know this needs to grow. We're pretty sure this needs to grow. That. Everything works great except for this text box. Oh, what if I did... Okay. Final styler. What if I did that? Would that override that? And I want the reason I was wondering about the growing is I wonder if this could be the failure to grow could be related to it, but the other one grows fine, right? Yeah, still nothing. The other thing we do. Not that, but just make this a new text editor. And if I could type a W, there we go. This. We could do border like that, and then actually let's just leave that. That should be fine. We'll want to though. It's not line it's what were you? Options. Last where you lived. That. Okay. Then we could do made you 2 lines max on the Y. Scroll doesn't line up super well, but what's on there? Do I need them in? That's bizarre as. Okay. We're going to do this. We should do that. Sometimes coding has to hurt. I'm sorry, right? I was just thinking to myself, like, today is just one of those days where it's a struggle bus, but I'm also like got the 3 o'clock sleepies, even though it's almost 4 o'clock. But also, this is growing when it shouldn't. This should probably be a little smaller just for funsies. Actually, we probably don't even need the border at all on that if we're going to do it that way. It's also my own fault for like chasing down this. Like I said, it's undocumented how to create a widget using this method. So like I knew I was signing myself up for some degree of misery and torment. I'm just kind of annoyed about the amount of it. And it's really weird to me that I guess this one kind of is wonky a little bit. Masochist mongoose hurting himself, right? It's true. Some of this I'm just going to let them work out in that big gnarly PR they got, right? And I'm just not going to worry about it. But some of it I want to work a little better than it is currently. And maybe the answer is I should just get rid of this. And let's just say 5. And then that's fine. Maybe if I just give it a little bit more spaces. And you just gotta... See, it's still growing, and I don't understand that. Should be setting to scroll. But... New editor. This is in a different order, but that shouldn't matter. Ah! It's because I made this a final style when I was chesting. Maybe it is. And no. Yeah, it's still, maybe that? We tell it you're not allowed to grow in the Y, maybe then the children behave? I guess this one breaks eventually at a certain point too. Maybe... tell you grow on the X, but on the Y. We say, great. Your minimum size is 10 EM, so 10 lines. Y, EM is 10, and then the other one's 1 and 1. Maybe if we clamp it like that. And then this is completely borked. Love that. At least this part works. What if we give you 2 instead, just for funsies? See if that gives us room to actually make it visible. See here. Still completely hosed. It's weird that... Let me just do... Yeah, there's no line number, but there should be one. Because it's not centered. Okay. guess EM maybe isn't the... EM is the font size of the element. I guess that doesn't account for padding, so maybe that's part of it. Within the text editor itself. We do that. That works. Okay, so let's just do that. And then also buffer options, not auto indent. Auto scroll editors. Will this help with that scrolling issue, I wonder? Not really. Kind of a little bit, maybe? It's the, it's almost like the actual size it's getting set to isn't, it's like in between lines or something. So it might be a problem with the way I'm setting the sizing. But the docs, let's see here. Widgets, text editor. Doesn't really have, like, their example. Get their example does the same exact thing, I guess. So that's a thing that they're just going to fix. Okay. So we need to still tie in this to some info. We also need to get the button in there. So let's do the button first. Probably need to do this. Or do we? Look at the message here. We would need to think. Would this make sense? I wonder if we were to, like, we can put one in here, no problem, right? Just trying to figure out how I register the on-click correctly. And I think the answer is that I basically just wrap it, right? So here, you add that. Set you to grow. But we also say We also want to be careful that we don't have like the same issue we had where hitting enter twice would delete the thing. So we do this instead of, oops, wrong line deleted there. Oh my gosh. Instead of column, we do this as a grid. Dot columns equals 2. And then we say, okay, your description we do this. We do new frame off of W. Styler. Styles.style. Max. X. PW 80. And then you go in. This also needs to be set as column. So y'all go in left section. Feels kind of silly, but maybe it's okay. And then we do right section, new frame off of W. Let's give it a styler, s.max.x pw 20. I think we need to tell them to grow on the X. So that they grow up to their max. And then this one probably doesn't need to, actually, if we set this one. And then we can do delete button, new button off of right section. Set icon, delete, and then rf dot delete button. Actually, I could probably just do, that. And then I would do this. And you would take, what's standard? Standard on click takes func e events. And then in here, rf dot delete button dot on click f. Then I would need to go generate it again, I think. That succeeded. This should be spelled this way though. Do that again. Okay, it doesn't seem to have done anything there, but that's probably still fine. And then here, Delete on click becomes exactly what this was, but we'll uncomment it. Oops. And then, theoretically, ooh, well, that didn't work out correctly, now did it? Delete on click got angry. These? Look here. Nil pointer dereference. Happens on 78, which is there, which happens, we go up 142 here. So it's like it didn't have. Instant events. Panics in the plan, though. All right. Well, it's been 4 hours. I'm going to call it here because I'm becoming frustrated with this. I'm going to do something else, like have lunch, because I'm hungry. It's going to be a late lunch. I'm going to have lunch. We'll be back again tomorrow. So if you're hanging out here and you want to do this again tomorrow, show up around 4 hours before now, whatever time that is for you. Thank you for everybody who swung through and all the great chat we had today. We had a good time. I enjoyed that part immensely, even if the code was a little frustrating today. And if not, you know what? Have yourself a great rest of your weekend, and we'll catch you some other time. Once again, there is a Discord now, so if that's your jam, check the channel stats. There's a linky for you. And if not, hey, no worries. We'll catch you someplace